Mic check. Check mic. Mic check. Mic check. Check mic. Checking mic.
Is it only one?
No, there's two. It's this one and another one.
That's would be for the roadie. So when the person starts. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. How far you guys? I need to be guided by you if you are ready.
We good. Martin has arrived. All four presenters are here, so I think you need to.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out whether you guys.
We are ready.
Okay.
We are ready.
I don't know. This is about tea. Yeah, but the gentleman. I'll come with you. Let's find out from them. So, it's here they
Yes.
speak.
Yes.
Veronica? Yeah.
Spring has numerous sticks. So
Yeah.
we can
So it's controlled from here.
yes,
because
control from here.
Yeah, because they were worried about how do they present.
No, it's control from here, Prof.
They are old school. They want to see the laptops and
Oh,
You just put this on the podium.
yes, or they can click from here.
oh no, Prof can have it. Then when they do, we can hand
So this,
over.
yeah, this is next. Back.
Yeah, this is next.
And what is this one? Laser. You see, I just lasered to get you out.
Someone wants to kill me.
It's a sniper.
It's a sniper. Someone wants to kill me.
So Veronica, there's a clicker. So when you present, Um, good afternoon, colleagues. Shall we? I think we should get started. We were just grappling with a few technicalities, so we think we are good to go. My name is Mwekezi Letseka. I am holder of the endowed UNESCO chair at INISA, and I'm going to be your chair for this reporting sessions. A couple of changes in the program. Professor Sarah Cravet has just tendered her apology, and Professor, what's his name? Hello, Prof. Hello. Your surname? No, Bachelor. I invited her to UNISA, now her name slips me. So Professor Bachelor is going to present on behalf of Professor Sarah Cravet. So we have I think a very full program, and the sooner we get it kicked off, the better. According to the program, Prof. Gustafsson will start. The question is, how can research and data collection inform the... Oh, sorry, you have to have it loaded there. Did you give them a memory stick? Yeah, just right there at the back. So it's how can research and data collection inform the matching of demand and supply in relation to the output of graduates with correct specialization. This is a very passionate piece of mine. I worked at the Human Sciences Research Council, and I conducted a study, I think Harun will know, on why university students drop out. So it's almost related to that. Then we are going to have, Martin will be followed by Professor Veronica McKay. How do I introduce Professor McKay? Professor McKay is my former boss. She's for many years, I've got 16 years now of working in the College of Education at UNISA, and she was my dean, doing my performance appraisal. You can imagine, she was appraising me. She was telling me. So Professor McKay will deal with the question how teacher induction programs contribute to improving new teachers' efficacy and retention. And that's another very touchy space, because we have had issues here with teacher deployment, teacher retrenchment, teachers taking severance packages, but the attrition is taking place. How do we deal with that? Let's hope we're going to have robust answers. Now, Professor Bachelor will speak as a proxy for Professor Sarah Cravet, who was tasked with the question how digital learning can contribute to increasing the scale and learning impact of teacher professional development, thereby promoting skills for the changing world. Now, we were supposed to have Miss Nesi. Now, Miss Nesi decided to change. Miss Nesi, could you stand up so that they can see her? Miss Nesi is represented by Harun Mohammed here. So, without further ado, Martin, we want to start. Oh, okay. Sorry, say it. You're going to present with her. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you.
Over to you, Martin.
Thank you. And Prof, I have I've got my stopwatch here. So Yeah. Is it? I think it's in the program. 20 minutes each? Yeah. Okay. Right. If you could load. Okay. Super. And then I should have a clicker somewhere.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
It's the green is go.
Green is go.
Yeah.
Good. Right. So after.
Don't block the camera.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Afternoon, everyone. And I don't think I need to say Honourable Minister or anything like that, because I don't think they attend these meetings. All protocol observed, yes. So, yeah, this is what I'm going to talk about. Some of you might have seen earlier versions of this work. And work mostly for the Department of Basic Education, working a lot with data there. But I'm also with the University of Stellenbosch, in case you see Stellenbosch appearing somewhere near my name. So I'm going to take you through the data situation when it comes to understanding teachers, teacher supply and demand, and then I'm also going to throw some statistics at you and talk about the reliability, because there are some reliability problems. This is kind of work in progress. So if we're going to look at supply and demand issues, specifically with regard to specialization, and I know the request was very much, please, can we look at specialization, not just total numbers of teachers, and I will be talking about teacher specialization. So on the demand side, in terms of understanding what's in the system, how old are these people, how old are our maths teachers, how likely are our English teachers to leave, and so on, we need to look at data from the system. And I work very closely with Letitia and others from HR planning in DBE. And for many years, it's been a headache to attempt something which we've now realized is not really feasible. And that is to take the payroll system, PERSOL, and to kind of use it more extensively to have things like specialization, what do you teach, which grade do you teach, and so on. It's the reason why it's been so difficult is that the payroll system, PERSOL, is managed by HR people who are not HR planning, the other HR people. And they are interested in paying salaries. That's their number one priority. And if information is not required directly for paying salaries, they're not going to be very interested in it. Fortunately, we have another source of data which is now coming out in the open, and that is the SA SAMS data. SA SAMS is the system that's used across 8 of the provinces, not Western Cape. And this system is supposed to be used for school management, but the province also feeds from this system. There are all sorts of hiccups around the system. It's not online yet, for example. So the procedure to feed into the provincial database is actually via emails, as far as I understand. No, that might not be entirely accurate, but it's not an online system. There's special files that get sent around. And now that system, we were wondering, how good is the teacher data? And we have started looking at the teacher data, and it's pretty good at least for a couple of provinces. On the supply side, so in other words, what's moving out of universities, there's relatively good data. But as you'll see in a moment, there's a need even for that to be tightened up. So before I go to specialization, this is from a report that came out last year that I was involved in. So it's looking at the Oh, this works as well. So it's looking at where we're going in terms of overall numbers of educators, and we have this is the number of first-time joiners that we expect or that we think we will need, and the green is the newly graduated teachers. Now, a few years back, there was some panic around whether we were going to have enough teachers given the number of teachers who are retiring. The universities have done a pretty good job of increasing the number of graduates, so we're far less concerned about that now than before. In fact, much of the problem relates to budgets in the schooling sector and our ability to absorb teachers. We've not been absorbing enough teachers, and hence the learner-educator ratio has been rising. And in this particular model or scenario, we're saying let's take our learner-educator ratio back to where it was before. Let's try and stem this increase in class sizes. If we were to do that, by 2030, we would actually need to grow the workforce considerably. The schooling system is under enormous demographic pressure, both because of population trends, but also because more and more young people are getting through to grade 12. So the secondary level in particular is growing. And the way our schooling system works, if the secondary system grows, it sucks resources from the primary level, because all of the formulas deal with the system as a whole. It's not as if each level is ring-fenced. So there's some breathing space for universities. There's a 20% figure roughly that one needs to keep in mind. Universities need to produce about 20% more than we need, because not everyone ends up in a public school, not everyone ends up teaching. Okay, let's now go to specialization. So first, specialization is about levels, and it's about languages, and it's about non-language subjects in grades 10, 11, 12. Well, actually for the whole secondary system. So what this graph shows us is the supply and demand. Two different data sources for the demand, which basically gives us the same picture. But this is the supply from, it's not too recent now, but roughly this situation continues today. And we can see that it's almost 30,000 people coming out. This is in 2019, graduates coming out. The great majority are actually graduates for grades 8 to 12 teaching. Smaller numbers for grades 4 to 7 and the foundation phase. And maybe not all of you understand why you have these three levels and not the exact phases of the curriculum. This doesn't match exactly the phases of the curriculum, but the policy on training teachers, what's often called Mr. Tech, that policy actually breaks things down into these three levels for the purposes of training teachers. So if this is what's coming out, what does the system actually need? Essentially, it needs this kind of breakdown. It needs far fewer secondary teachers than are actually graduating, and it needs larger numbers of foundation phase and 4 to 7 teachers. So clearly an oversupply of secondary teachers and undersupply of primary teachers. Then this very busy table comes out of analysis that was done late last year, where DBE and DHET worked together on the specializations of graduates. And here we're looking at the foundation phase specifically, and there's a lot of concern around the foundation phase, partly because of issues of language. I mean, as Dr. Mbude pointed out yesterday, there are a lot of concerns around how well prepared our foundation phase teachers are to teach in isiZulu as LOLT. In other words, how well have they actually been trained to teach mathematics in isiZulu in grade 3? Because the way they are taught is often in English, even if isiZulu is a language that they specialize in, but as a language. So we have 17 universities that are producing foundation phase teachers, and here we're looking specifically at 2018. That's the most recent data we could get, and that's a bit of a problem as well. And we have just over 4,000 graduates. It's a bit higher if you count those who also have 4 to 7 specialization. But so some universities say that it's specialized in both foundation phase and 4 to 7, so the whole primary level. And so that's 4,000 who were graduated. Just over 2,000 were found in Purcell a couple of years later, which is quite low. About 530 were already employed while finishing their studies, which is interesting. So a fairly high number of teachers, of these graduates, were already in the public system, which points to a phenomenon whereby schools take in people who haven't quite finished their qualification yet. And modeling has suggested that we need about 7,700 foundation phase teachers to come in every year, but we actually only employed 4,000. Part of the reason for that is budgetary, but there are also, to some extent, there's another factor at play, and that is secondary qualified teachers moving into the primary level and teaching at the primary level. If you compare specific languages, because languages is of course the big issue of specialization here, only Siswati sees demand being met by supply, and this is an especially serious undersupply problem for isiXhosa and Sepedi. And here you can see kind of exactly why. One university that's missing here is University of Limpopo, which is a university that under normal circumstances you would expect, because of its geographical location, to be training teachers with Sepedi. But Limpopo is not a strong university when it comes to teacher training. When it comes to isiXhosa, Nelson Mandela, Rhodes, Fort Hare, so there's a fair number, but it's not enough. So these are universities, they're doing a job, but they're not, the output is not high enough. Interesting also that roughly about half of foundation phase graduates do not speak an African language. That should not be higher than a third. And the challenge is probably more to get more African language speakers into foundation phase training, because the English and Afrikaans is roughly the supply is meeting the demand, if we ignore the budget constraints. It's in African languages that we need to increase the supply from universities. And then, yeah, I mean, what's quite interesting as well is that just because your home language happens to be Setswana doesn't mean necessarily that you are going to study to use Setswana as your LOLT. And that's quite striking. About 40% of speakers of African languages, according to the DHET data, are doing a different African language in their training. And often it's not even in the same language group. So it maybe in isiZulu, Setswana. So that is, why is that happening? Some of the reason is probably geographical. The closest, you go to the closest university and they they don't train teachers in the language that you would ideally like to be trained in. So you take whatever language is there. Moving to the secondary level, here we see there's a full report behind this, by the way. It's not public yet, but it has a lot more details. It does do the intermediate phase, the 4 to 7, but I'm not going to focus on that here. That's the least complicated phase. The secondary level is, of course, quite complex because of subject specialization. Here we see we have 20 public universities, so more universities than for the foundation phase. In 2018, there were almost 15,000 graduates. About half found their way into the public system. But, and this is the big thing, around a third of those 7,449 were actually in a primary school in 2022. And this is part of why the uptake rates for teachers with a specialization in primary schooling are as low as they are, even if there's an undersupply of primary teachers. And again, geography is important. 3. Geography is important because, if you may expect a school requiring a foundation phase teacher to only look for foundation phase teachers, but if somebody is not available close by, there's a secondary school teacher living up the road, maybe who already knows people in the school. Legally, that person can teach at the primary level, and hence they will often bring in somebody who's not specialized in primary school teaching. So for the humanities accounts for much of the oversupply, and this is largely driven by UNISA. You can see that UNISA accounts for about a third of all of these teachers. In the foundation phase, if we look at the previous slide, UNISA was about half of the overall supply, which raises questions as well about the modality of teaching, especially for of training, especially for foundation phase teachers. And this graph shows us what people graduated in and where they end up teaching. So this is actual grades 1 to 3 teachers, people who are teaching in grades 1 to 3 in 3 provinces. We looked at 3 provinces only. Most of them were trained for the foundation phase. This grades 4 to 7 is where you see the real kind of mixed masala, with a lot of secondary school teachers teaching here. It's probably fortunate that this is not bigger than it is, because what we don't want is secondary school teachers trying to teach reading to grades 1 to 3 learners. And this is the last slide. So what we've been able to do with the data that we have is look at this concern, that at the secondary level, formal subject specialization and subjects actually taught are mismatched. The data actually suggests the situation is better than a lot of people suspect. Obviously, there are some mismatches, but across the 3 provinces that we looked at, if you look at secondary teachers, for about 40% of them, 2 of their subjects are aligned, meaning the 2 subjects that they specialized in are also subjects that they are teaching. They may also teach other subjects, but they teach those 2 subjects. For a further about 40% or 45%, one of their subjects is a subject that they actually teach. And then for about 15% of them, they're not teaching the subjects that they had. So here I'm looking only at people who specialized in secondary teaching and ended up as secondary school teachers. And this simply looks at time used, but this is what we can do now with the data. We need to go further. This is very much work in progress. We need to extend the use of SASAMs to include all the provinces. I was having the discussion with my colleague Lala here. There's a lot more that we can do in the National Department with the data that we have. The data quality needs to improve, but in a way we're trying to catch up just in terms of analysis with the data that we have. One important constraint being DHET. It is very difficult to get, even for the DBE, to get data from DHET and to get recent data from DHET. Very, very difficult, unfortunately. Thank you.
You can keep that one. Yeah. Thank you. This is very fascinating data, Martin. Really, really, I think quality stuff. And I'm an educator, and we deal with these things on a regular basis. One of the burning issues is the issue of supply and demand, because then it goes into the many challenges that we have. And we know we think universities are producing enough. Are they? Maybe they are, but maybe they are producing teachers who don't actually fit what they're supposed to. And this is the issue. So, for me, I'm just throwing in. I'm being a devil's advocate here, but I think this is a very passionate. If you're an educator, you'll understand this. So, can I open the floor if people have questions, observations? Somebody says they're going to have the roving mic now. They're going to have coffee. There's a there's the head. And by the way, the questions can be directed at Martin, but we are all here. If you have anything that you can add, this is a conversation. We don't have to put him on the spot. I mean, some of you are bringing experiences from the provinces. Let's create this as a dialogue. Thanks, Martin.
Okay, thank you very much, Enoch Rabutapi. I know I'm not supposed to be asking a question because I'm from DBE. But what I want to check, Martin, almost 50% of graduates that don't come to DBE, do we know where they go? Because it would be very interesting to know where actually do they go to. Thank you.
Yeah.
Should I ask another question, or are you going to respond first?
Well,
I'm not.
I think
Okay. So maybe because I have another question, but because it's maybe a conversation, I think we know that at least some of those go abroad, and some go to independent schools. I don't know if that's everyone, but yeah, I think those are certainly two destinations. The question is about this slide. Do we know the difference in quintiles? And I know it would be difficult, but in a sense, how does it relate to post-provisioning and learner-teacher ratios?
Can you take two more? There's a question that's on it.
Am I the one who's? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, Martin, for the presentation. Now, I'm going to come with a cap, of the profession, custodianship. One of the things that we are trying to do currently is to try and register educators in line with their areas of specialization and have a certificate that restrict you to be in a area of specialization and phase. Because if we are serious about the the issues around quality and quantity and all those kind of issues around the teachers in our classrooms. For how long are we going to allow this kind of a situation where we're teaching out of phase, out of, there's a misfit, and out of, it's even worse having secondary school teachers in foundation phase. That one is something else. And we are moving towards a process of reviewing B.Ed and PGCE in the next coming few weeks, months. And what are the implications? Because now we're developing the standards for this kind of issues. So I think the sector, especially DBE, we need to really have serious talks here in terms of this kind of issues. Because it can be business as usual. Somehow we need to start shaping up and being able to deal with the issues accordingly. I'm just raising it, and I want to hear your comment from a researcher perspective and all that.
Yeah.
But it's a reality that we
maybe if not everyone knows about the update, the standards process and how it relates to Mr. Tech and what you're referring to now.
I'm referring to the professional teaching standards as well as your qualification standards.
Mm-hmm.
Because those two, in fact, and the higher education standards, that needs to be combined in order to say, when we're looking at why do we produce, what kind of a teacher do we want in the first place? Do you want to produce a teacher that must just go to and teach anywhere else? Otherwise, then we not dealing with issues of quality within a context, broader context. Thanks.
No, thanks very much, Sir Harun Mohammed. So, Martin, in Dr. Signolo and Professor Sayed's presentations, they mentioned a 3.6% projected shortage in South Africa. And your presentation, it doesn't seem to be telling with that one. And then the other one is, thanks for confirming a long-standing problem about shape of the system. The question is, what is the prospect of it being addressed in a much more accelerated way than has been the case in the last few years? Thanks.
So, what being addressed?
So we've got a misshapen system, oversupply in secondary schools.
Okay.
So yeah, who's going to deal with that?
Yeah.
Last one. First round.
I'm Basil Manuel from Naptosa. I'm linking to what Harun said or asked. First of all, the assumption that at the moment we don't have a problem with supply, and supply and demand are sorting themselves out, and for the foreseeable future it won't be. That's on the assumption that, of course, we will remain with the overcrowded schools. And however, if that should improve, then your supply becomes a much, much larger problem. In the analysis, was that looked at in terms of the what-ifs, the class sizes reduce, or even if only the schools that are vastly overcrowded, reducing class size, what will that do to the assumptions, particularly the dating, given that we are saying there are enough people, enough teachers coming in, with the current system where we are not looking at their specialization and things like that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks for those questions. Yeah. So maybe let me start with the questions relating to this. I didn't hear Yusuf's presentation at the plenary. I missed it. Sorry. Yeah. So there have been there's been a lot of work, fortunately, on teacher supply and demand in the last couple of years. It's been hotting up, and I've been quite involved in it. I haven't seen Yusuf's work. You say 3.6% undersupply. I can confidently say that the data that we have does not point to any serious undersupply at the aggregate level. Mainly for two reasons. First, a good reason and a bad reason. The good reason is that clearly responded to universities clearly responded to DHET's call several years ago, please train more teachers. Because there was already an awareness of a teacher shortage 7 years ago. Universities responded well. The bad side of the story is that budget constraints in the schooling sector have meant that the total number of teachers stays the same, but enrollments are rising. And that's what creates this worsening learner-educator ratio. Basil, to answer your question, so there are many ways of working out the future demand, and in this particular instance, I mean, as I mentioned, the assumption is made that we actually we go back to where we were in 2011, which wasn't a great situation, but we're even worse now. So in terms of the learner-educator ratio, what happens to demand if we say we don't want it to get any worse, and in fact we want it to be a bit better? But in many ways, South Africa is like condemned to high learner-educator ratios. We have to live with this. It's a structural issue. It's about where teacher salaries are sitting and so on. I mean, if we were like Botswana, we wouldn't have 400,000 educators. We would have like 700,000. But we just don't work like Botswana. We're a different country. And obviously salaries, teacher salaries, and the history of teacher salaries is a very strong determinant of what one can and can't do. But I mean, on the issue of class size, there's learner-educator ratios and there's class size. Class size, we must always remember that, yes, part of the problem is not enough teachers in the country. That's what makes our average class sizes very high. But what's very curious as well is that you find learner-educator ratios which are similar across schools, but class sizes differ vastly. It's partly infrastructure, but analysis that I've and a few others have done also suggest that time management and timetabling is a big issue as well. So these three things, total number of teachers, infrastructure, timetabling, they all contribute to this problem of oversized classes, which is ultimately bad for teaching and learning. So getting to some of the other questions, so the question on Enoch, your question on what's happening to currently about 50% of graduates are not making their way into the public system. Yes, some would be going to the independent school sector, but the independent school sector is not large enough to account for that 50%. Under normal circumstances, we have universities need to train 20% more. All right, and that's to cater for people who don't want to teach or go to independent schools and so on. But 50% is too high, and some of those people are indeed becoming unemployed teachers. So that this is a big issue right now. But I mean, what's also clear from our labor force survey data is that if you have a degree in anything, your employment chances are much better than anyone else's. So I'm sure a fair number of those teachers who've not found places in any school are in some way employed somewhere else. And if you look at the unemployed teacher data, you also find that there's a concentration in Gauteng, urban KwaZulu-Natal. So it's about people who want a job in a particular part of the country. Then quintiles. In this particular analysis, I don't think there's a breakdown by quintiles, but I've done work before, and it's fascinating to break teacher supply and demand down by quintile, because what you can see is there's a clear kind of pecking order in the system. Teachers kind of will take what they can get when they come out of university, which may be a quintile 1 or 2 school. If they move, it's often to a quintile 3 school. If they move again, it's often to a quintile 4 or 5. So people are trying to move into more socioeconomically advantaged schools for various reasons that I think we're all aware of. But that is really a serious problem in terms of equity of teaching and learning. If teachers are aspiring to get into ultimately quintile 5 schools. Ella, yeah, so your question on, yeah, when are we going to get this right? Yeah, I mean, there is this notion that we should match supply and demand at a school and specialization level. That even with the best systems, it might not be completely practical, because people will often, they want to teach where their spouse is teaching. Or, there may be there may be an English teacher who did up to second year maths at university, or got brilliant marks in matric. They look at this and the teacher says, oh, you can teach grade 8 and 9. So to try and kind of force the system to always do an exact match might be difficult, I think. As long as schools are under the impression that you need to get results, as long as that pressure is there, and that pressure is there clearly at the secondary level, less so at the primary level, you're going to find schools will do the right thing. They will try and get the best possible maths teacher, and they won't do mismatches that are not favorable for teaching and learning. But I mean, the next step must clearly be to sort out this imbalance. Too few foundation phase teachers. I mean, we're inevitably going to have a lot of mismatches if those disparities exist. If we're not training enough primary teachers and we're overtraining secondary teachers, there is going to be a lot of problems in the whole system. Yeah. Okay. I think I've dealt with. Yeah, I have. I've dealt with all of them. Thank you.
We are out of time. I'll allow just one. We are out of time. No, just one. He was before you. Yeah, he was before you. Look, I have to be brutal here. Just one question, and please don't give a lecture. Ask a question. Thank you. Oh, you got a mic for him. Yeah, thanks. Ask a question. If you lecture, I'll stop you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Chairperson. Fortunately, I'm just a lay parent. I'm not a lecturer. I will go straight to my question. In terms of the presentation and the research that you made, I wonder if you were able to look into the issue of the former Molisi schools and the independent schools that currently are excluding the Africans and black in particular. And if you go to them, you find that you have what we call SGB post, that when you check, the people that are employed there are pensioners, white pensioners, and all they want to do is to exclude black people to enter into that space. Hence, majority of African learners, they get frustrated and they end up have to queue in the non-fee paying schools. I mean, it cannot be that in this era we do not want to deal with the elephant in the room, which is transformation in the former Molisi schools, and we want to turn a blind eye as though it's the responsibility of the department. So I wonder if what has happened in that research, and yeah, let me just stop there. Thank you very much.
Oh, it was just that one. Okay, so
You have people lobbying for you here. So if you don't have lobbyists, I can't. They just twisted my arm. Give the Satu man.
Thank you very much. Sorry, it's not a long question. It's just that listening to the presentation, it gives me an impression that we don't really have a good determination of the demand. Because on one hand, there's the school capacity in terms of how many children do we have in the system, and therefore how many teachers should we have. But on the other, we also have budgetary constraints. So what is really the demand? Is it what the budget determines, or what the school capacity determines. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, Tatama chance. No, go ahead, Martin.
Okay, so I've not done any research, and I'm not aware of any research on this issue of kind of racial discrimination amongst staff. I mean, there's been quite a lot of research into the demographics of learners in historically white schools, but not staff. But I mean, that could be done. That could be done with the data, and that would be an interesting analysis. I suspect that is definitely, if you look over the last 15 years, the staff in those former Model C schools has become a bit more diverse, but the data will have to say to what extent that's true. And I mean, there are also gender issues. A very big issue that we have to look at is, for instance, why women are so infrequently appointed as managers in schools, despite the fact that they're the vast majority of all educators. And then the question around the demand. I agree. One can look at this and say this is really frustrating. Why is there not a clearer picture of these things? And there should be a much clearer picture. I think our situation is a bit better than it was before. But to take an example, why were public funds being used to train more teachers at universities, but then we were saying there's not enough money to hire them? It's like the left hand is not talking to the right hand. Insufficient coordination between higher education and the schooling sector. That's clear. So there's a lot to do, and obviously both budgets and kind of educational imperatives are important, and we have to use arguments such as the fact that we saw all these improvements in the international tests. Before the pandemic, between 2015 and 2019, for the first time, things stood still. This was in Tim's grade 5. Why? Maybe because of these increases in class sizes. So maybe the cost is actually a stalling of our improvements.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Could you give them a round of? Could you give Martin a round of applause? And this is a burning issue. We may not resolve it. I think the discussions are rich, and I hope they are throwing in some pearls of indicators. Now, can we then welcome our second commissioners? Professor McKay is supposed to present, but she's also having a proxy.
Yeah.
People are doing proxy presentations here. I have no idea. You do have. All right. I didn't introduce her. That's Lala Maje. Yeah. Lala. La 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 ulale.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, I just want to give a context to the presentation that we are going to do that is going to be made by Professor McKay. I'm Lala, my surname is Maje, the Director for Initial Teacher Education. I just went into this big shoes in 2022, August. The history behind new teacher induction started around, I think, maybe 2005, where the Minister of Education have said that new teachers need to be supported. It takes me back to when I started teaching, to the fact that when I started teaching, I'm from Soweto. I trained in Soweto. All I knew was Soweto. And I had found my first a job in a farm school, where I had a different context from my own training. And that made me to say that this program is really needed. And colleagues, also, I just want to read this. I got it 26th of February. It's a new teacher who posted on Facebook saying, "Teachers, I just want to vent. I hope I'll get help. I write this early in the morning because I'm overwhelmed. I'm a new teacher and I started in January, the second week or towards the end of the month. I just graduated. I only have teaching experience. So I got to the school clueless with most of the work. And the sad part is that I don't have any guidance. I have tried asking for help, but it seems I'm a nuisance to them. I just want to know, am I alone in this? Okay, I'll stop it right there. It's a long text, but our newly qualified teachers are frustrated, and we know that we need to support them. And I think this picture just depicts what I just read. To us, teachers are frustrated. They go to schools. In some schools, they don't get that support. But we want to remind ourselves that every other successful person was successful because they were on the shoulders of giants that carried them to become who they are. So this a presentation is going to try and show that the purpose of this new teacher induction. We are bridging the gap between what you have provided to our teachers in your HEIs. We know that education started when they were still from their home school to the HEI. But then when they get to schools to start working, we want to bridge that gap, the reality that they find in the schools. And finally, be accredited as full teachers that receive full accreditation from SAIS after completing the 1-year support program. And this 1-year support program, we know it is supported in the framework for teacher development. Why did we sanction the study, the review? It's because in partnership with VVOB, we did produce a four-legged model that supports new teachers. And we have piloted in 2020. And the results of the pilot came out in 2022. And we had a roundtable last year in March. So the results of that roundtable, or the recommendation, was saying that we need to review the program, and which is what we have sanctioned with the 4 provinces that were facing in new teacher induction, so that we are able to then continue with the review. And the review covered the 4 areas. These 4 areas being the 4 areas that are part of the model, because the model is looking at being part of the professional learning community, also training that comes from the school level, district, province, from national, from teacher unions, NGOs, and so forth. Also the PDP and mentoring. So those are the 4 legs or 4 pillars of new teacher induction model that we want to implement in the country. The 4 pillars, as I've indicated, and quite a number of stakeholders that are involved in the 4 pillars. I'm going to skip this. This is what informs the research, and Prof will talk a lot about the research. It's 4 provinces that were facing in last year. In Western Cape, it was Overberg. That was where we had 10 schools that were participating. And then in KwaZulu-Natal is Ilembe. In Free State, it's, I'm forgetting Free State. In Free State is Thabo Mofokeng. Yeah. Where is Free State's people? Not in, Yeah, Thabo Mofokeng. And then in Northwest, we had Dr. KK. So, colleagues, that is the number of new teachers that took the survey, so that we are able to then analyze the results. It's not all of them that took the survey. We have more than 203, but that's a good sample that we had. Even the mentors, it's not all the mentors that managed to complete the survey. Yeah. Colleagues, our induction model, as we've said, it will cover issues around professional identity, the orientation at school level, professional practice, and well-being. I'm saving time for Prof to get into the details. And the model is based on the 10 teaching standards of SACE. I said I'm saving time. We have checked if the teachers have been have registered with SACE, and 98% have registered. I'm going to stop here, Prof, so that you can take over from here. Yes, I know I was supposed to go beyond. Thank you.
Okay, how do you change the green? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I've been working very closely with Lala on this presentation. So looking at the sample, so we can talk about the sample and who they are. But to start off with the department's strategy, the orientation plan for the induction was new graduates, okay, those who'd complete an REQV 14 qualification in public schools. It also included foreign teachers who are new to the profession and foreign teachers who'd previously served as teachers in their country, South Africans who obtained their qualifications outside of the country in other countries, and teachers returning to the profession after being away for 5 years. Okay, so it's quite a mixed bag that we were catering for. And later I'll show you that the program impacted best on new graduates up to 5 years. The rest we might need to look at the NRCPD to probably come up with a strategy. Okay, so we also, just very quickly, what was the main qualifications, and you can see if we start at 12 o'clock on the top chart. It was a PGCE senior phase, and then going down, the big ones, BEd into foundation, intermediate, BEd senior phase, and then there were still a couple of PGCI intermediate, and then there were a whole mixed bag of others. You can see them by the stripes. And then the ages of our sample of inductees, of people who responded and who were inductees. Again, let's start at the 3 o'clock. There were a quarter of them that were 20 to 25 years old. Another about 33% that were just under 30, 26 to 30. Almost 20% under 35. So they, you can see they're youngish. And then there were a couple, 36 years to 40, 40 to 50, and there were some over 50 that had returned to the profession. So again, quite a mixed bag, but the majority are young, the majority are under 35. Whether they were new graduates, we found that almost 60% were new graduates. They were fresh from university, and 42 were not. So they when we explored those, they were SGB, many of them were in SGB posts, and then they considered themselves not new. So we found that was quite interesting. They didn't see themselves as being new teachers, and they weren't, up to 5 years. Okay, and then the teaching experience, we looked at them, okay, there's quite, again, a mixed bag over there, but mostly the majority are under 5 years, and the program was most successful with those under 5. Then we asked them, just out of interest, to know how long it took them to get their posts, because there's quite a lot of there's a lot of noise that teachers take forever to get their posts. And we found that 21% had found the post while they were still studying. Another, almost half, within 6 months of completing. 7 to 12 months, and then 13 to 24, and then the rest. Okay, home language, we found that while African language, the languages, dominant languages of the province were predominant. You can see we were only working in the 4 provinces, but there was a high rate of English and Afrikaans as well, and that might be what Martin was referring to earlier. the language breakdown. But Martin, they were only inductees in 4 provinces. Okay. Their school contexts, okay, 34% didn't know, but you can see that the majority of them, 15% in quintile 1, quintile 2 was 11%, quintile 3, quintile 4, there were very few quintile 5s. As Lala says, we do throw them in the deep end to sink or swim, predominantly primary school, 40% rural or village, and 56% township actually. Okay, and there were a couple of metros. We also looked at their distance from school to see if they were familiar with their kind of context. And you can see that almost just 42% lived within 5 kilometers of their school. Okay. Colleagues, we found this one interesting of the inductees, and we found very similar response from their mentors. Internet access, they used it, 95% used it daily, and a slither used it weekly. And mainly they bought data bundles. So this is something that we do need to think about, and we need free sites. So they buy their own data. Free Wi-Fi hotspots, sometimes internet cafe, at school in 35% of the cases. Yeah. Okay. Then we looked at their challenges, and Lala did read this citation to you from Facebook. And actually, she's saying, I'm working, and they bring so much anxiety and stress. I feel sometimes they want to sabotage me, okay, so that I look bad in my work. I feel like they gang up against me. So there are issues in the schools. There are issues. We also looked at what grades they go into as new teachers, and you can see the very high level in grade 4, hard grade to teach, with a language transition at the moment. And then grade 10, also a very challenging grade. So there's no doubt that we need to be supporting these teachers. They absolutely need support. When we looked at the problems, and this was just based on qualitative, when we said to them, what are the main problems you have starting at 12 o'clock? It was resources. Then language was an issue, the language of LALT, that they couldn't teach, the learners didn't understand the LALT, or the learners in grade 4 and 5 couldn't read. Administrative demands were huge, learner ill discipline the most, and then the others, challenges with parents, overcrowding, class management, and time management. The same problems were identified by the mentors: discipline, overcrowding, admin, classroom management, insufficient induction, learner behavior, so very low curriculum, LALT, lack of resources, and the ATPs. Then we asked the mentors what they helped them with. And you can see, I'm just going to look at the blue bars, a bit of content, more on lesson planning. The blue bars are low. Let me look at the orange bars then and the red bars. Content, lesson, and mainly content was how to differentiate the curriculum. Lesson planning in the style of the school. Assessment was high on all the scales. Using technology was low. Okay, it wasn't, and you can see the schools don't have tech, so I'll show you that later. And then on teaching methods, reflecting on teaching, and the ATPs. They say that mentoring just deals with the warm and fuzzy, but these were hard issues they were dealing with. Then I took these colleagues to show you from the whole school evaluation that's just been written up now. Class size was, oversized classes in quintile 1 was very high. And most of our inductees are in schools in quintile 1. Quintile 2 for some reason wasn't. So it's oversized. Quintile 3 oversized, quintile 4. And you can see what quintile 5 looks like. And then absenteeism looks at learner absenteeism. It was just, we clustered them, we rolled those up. It was learner absenteeism, learner late coming, and teacher absence. So again, you can see quintile 3 was high, and surprisingly, for quintile 5. And then the grey was teachers that spent less than 7 hours in a day at school, and it just gives you an idea. But the challenges there of overcrowded classes are there. And then we looked also in the whole school evaluation at the blue bars. You can look at that. I won't go through all the bars, but it's the ICT. And in quintile 1, quintile 2, the blue bar, quintile 3, quintile 4, they reported low access to ICT in the schools. And there were a number of, they were either vandalized, stolen, outdated technology, a lot of challenges with that. And again, quintile 1, 2, and 3 struggling along. This one looked at school infrastructure. And it seemed that the schools had electricity, the power, and these were rolled up, there was power. Water was lower, especially in the lower quintiles. Ablution facilities, grounds, the playgrounds were they conducive to children's safety, and then classrooms. And you can see again how quintile 5 have an easier context. The inductees, when we asked them about their problems, they were resource constraints and environmental adjustment to the school. Learner performance and learning challenges. They were surprised to find many of them had done their teaching practice in practice schools, and so they were surprised to find reality to that how difficult it was. And then they did, like the Facebook, have personal challenges and emotional challenges and lack of support. So what we've done is we've put the challenges mainly within the context of the school. These are some quotations. It's every man for himself. Only after a year was I assigned a mentor. There's no teamwork among staff, or I'm working with someone who doesn't want to know my opinion. And then within the classroom, misbehaving, dealing with disrespectful learners. Misbehavior is a huge problem, and it impacts on their ability to use the methods that we train them in. How many minutes? Okay. Okay. So, yeah, so basically we've clustered the problems to say sometimes the teacher, even the best trained teacher will struggle because of the classroom, the resources, the district and province curriculum, and then the external inequalities and the kind of apartheid legacy that's still there. Okay, I wanted to talk about the mentors and their demographics, to say that they were all well-qualified teachers, very experienced, and had been in the system for a long time. And I was surprised that many of them were REQV 15, 16, and 17. And you have a lot of those teachers in the provinces, that you've got a lot of capacity of highly qualified teachers, something like, it was 55, 60, 70,000 highly qualified teachers across the provinces that can be used as mentors. I'm going to look at, I'll skip those, to say what did the mentees like about the mentors, and they loved them. They were helpful, supportive, understanding, kind, professional, encouraging. There are a lot of comments here from the mentees to say how important they are. Mketsi, just let me do this last two slides. The one was that we checked their relationships. They had very strong, positive relationships between the mentor and mentees. So we found that to be very on different aspects. And it came out very positively, the various aspects in the school. Okay. Okay, this last one, other ones, okay. What we asked them was, my teaching methods have improved, and it was very positive from these inductees. I'm better able to manage, I'm better able to assess, and I'm progressing. And then we asked, would they remain in the profession? And they said we would remain in the profession for a long time. We would recommend teaching to others, which is confirmation. And I know I've chosen the right profession. And I think that is what you want out of a mentor program. Lala wants me to tell you this. So the mentors felt, and it goes back to us as teacher educators, they would like to learn strategies for managing things like discipline, handling large classes of diverse learners, and so on. I'm not going to go through them, but the slides will be available.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
Thank
I'm
you.
going to end. Thank you. Sorry,
Thank you.
Mokitsi.
That's all right. Yeah, give them a round of applause, really. I started teaching in 1983, and in a different country. And when I got to school, I was assigned a head of department as my mentor. I was already qualified. I had a bachelor's degree. But I had a head of department to mentor me for 6 months. That was the best induction I had. So, this is, Veronica, I'm just sharing with you, my experience is different. So I hear this, and then I became a principal in Kwaggafontein. I received new teachers. I did not have the capacity to have them mentored. So I can identify with this. So that's by way of me prefacing the problem. Questions, comments, if there are any. Sir, I wanted to give you the first opportunity. Now your hand is down. No, not you, the man next to you. when you talked. Oh, you're part of them. Good. That's 1, 2. Do you want me to see you? I need to spread them around. That's already there's 2 here. I'll come back to you. There's 3, there's 4. Martin. Yeah. Martin, you are the presenter. You can't ask. I'll come to you, Martin. Oh, you got the mic. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You can
Good
pass it to him
afternoon.
afterwards.
I'm just checking the kind of intervention. Well, thanks for the presentation. I'm hearing induction, but I just want to find out what happens, what does the team do when a teacher is faced with bullying at school by the principal and head of departments and other older teachers? Chemistry, a new teacher, qualified teacher with a master's in chemistry, she gets thrown, she has to teach physical science, mathematics, life sciences. She can't rest. And after school, she has to supervise netball, train netball. She has to go to tennis. Weekends, she's taking learners to.
Okay.
What does the team do? I mean, she really wanted to teach science to learners, grade 8 and 9. She was also teaching grade 11. She had to join higher education institutes. I mean, she had no choice, but she still feels that she wanted to be a teacher.
It's a bullying issue.
Yeah,
thank you.
but she had to go.
Right.
What do you do?
Yeah. This gentleman.
Good afternoon. I'm Gerrit Kutsie from VVOB. I would like to just congratulate Lala and Professor McKay on the work that they've done. I think it is really a wonderful study, and personally I'm very grateful for the potential impact of the new teacher induction program on newly qualified teachers. And then just to make a comment that I think it's commendable for South Africa, comparing the presentation that was done by Australia earlier today that we've seen in plenary, and I'm fairly confident that we can tick most of the boxes that they have, that the presenter has indicated in his presentation, that South Africa has been able to achieve that. And I would like to commend the team for that. I think it's really wonderful. Thank you.
Let's go to Martin, then we'll spread it around. Oh, Haibo. Yeah, no, I'll come back to you. You'll come after.
Of course, Professors McKay and Marja, I have an ulterior motive for asking the questions. I've got to do a report, so forgive me. But I'm lamenting at first because the questions demanded that what you mentioned and rushed through at the end were the real focus. You know, in other words, how it has impacted on teacher efficacy and how it has impacted on retention. And now there were a few words you mentioned at the end, and that's my lamentation part. My actual question is about how much time you had to actually with the study to measure the efficacy, to just simply measure how well or how effectiveness of them in the profession in the broadest sense has changed. Now, I don't know if you were able to do that. And of course, retention, you mentioned that they felt that they will stay and encourage others. And I wonder if you can just say one or two more things there, with the indulgence of the chair, of course.
You're clapping at me. Hang on a second. Slides. Hey. Yeah, I'm organizing this. No. I'm asking this person to ask. Then I'm running the show here. Yeah, this is yeah. Sure.
So my question is a bit about the wider context and what's happened before this program, because induction has existed, maybe not very well, but it's existed. So, I mean, what is your what's your take on where this should fit into policy? I'm looking at the 2016 standards for school principals, and I don't think there's any mention of induction there. You know. Okay, so my question is about what to take this to scale at a system level. What kind of policies and resources would be needed? Thanks.
Right. Can I ask the team to answer the questions? Then we'll take the second round. There's just so many questions coming through. Team.
Just to answer
and
that one,
chop.
Chop the policy. Which policy is it in? It's in the integrated strategic plan. There is, the framework. There is provision for that, and we've got our own orientation, the DBE orientation framework as well. The question you asked was one of the areas of complaint that we did have from them. I'm not going to go all the way back, but right in the beginning when Lala was showing you, the socio-psycho side is very important, teacher well-being. And some of the quotations we have is, what do you like about the mentor? She has my back. Okay, and so that relationship, and when we work with mentor training, and I really think it's another role that universities need to have, and you actually should have an honors degree and postgrad in mentoring because it's a role. But that kind of support for that teacher that's been bullied, she becomes their advocate. Okay, and it's something, and what we want is that the whole school actually, it's not just the mentor that must be involved. That whole school has to induct that teacher. There were many where they complained they were overburdened. A lot of extra work was dumped on them. They were young, they had to, they try to break you in. So there was that, and the mentors actually asked for a referral space, that if there was something like that they couldn't handle, that there was somewhere else to refer it. So you spot on with your question, and it's something we do need to look at. Somebody mentioned the Australian, it was you, Gerrit. I've been working with AITSL. We've had meetings, so we've been working quite closely with them, and that was why we wanted them there today. So, and then the issue on efficacy, what we had to do was we triangulated, so we had many data sources, many data sources. From the mentor, we asked the mentor to adjudicate the impact in their, and we asked it in various ways. So we looked at the impact on their personal well-being, the impact on curriculum, impact on relationships in the school and with peers, relationships with the children, relationships with parents. So we did look at that. And then we asked them these straight out. And I've got tons of qualitative data that we can use to triangulate that. And they did, Bandura's definition of efficacy is that you feel you can deal with something in the face of all these challenges. And it was the mentor and the PLCs that made the difference. Those PLCs, when I asked, what did you do? And we did we did one-on-one interviews. We had a lot of qualitative. It was a very mixed method study. And we did Cronbach Alpha to check that we were not making it up and so on. We did a lot of statistical analysis on the data. And they did feel that they were coping, that it helped. Some of them asked for an extra year. And then we did also ask the mentors what was school specific that they needed to help. And some of it was the bridge gets washed away. How do they get to school? You know, they were very school. How do you teach when there's no electricity? Or how do you teach when, very, very school specific problems. And that was why it was very good to have these very experienced teachers who could work around things, who were well trained, beyond up to PhD. Okay, they were well trained, and that's not the only criteria that we want. But they were solid and committed. They mark matric exams, they set matric papers, and they nurture these new recruits. So I'm going to stop there. But Lala and I, Lala's got some more to ask. That's not ours.
It's me. Colleagues, the question that was asked by Martin, I thought it will be clearly understood if I put up that roadmap for teacher induction. I just went at the back. Since I said that since 2005, when the Minister Motshekga came to education, he felt that all new teachers need to be inducted. But in the integrated strategic framework, it finds expression, Martin. And that is the policy that you are asking about. And the roadmap that leads to VVOB supporting the department to develop a new teacher induction program with a model of that has 4 pillars, piloted in 3 provinces, but last year we phased in 4 provinces to continue with, you were saying, about the efficacy. This was now the second leg of implementing, in this time in 4 provinces. We added just 1 additional province. I think that will really assist in terms of providing that answer. And this is really supported by the teacher professional path that says advocates. As we can see, number 4 there, newly qualified teachers must go through the 12 months mandatory induction program. Thank you.
No, we finished.
Yeah. No. Oh, it's here. Sorry. Oh, sorry. The lady. You know, you're not seeable. Sorry for that.
No, thanks, Chair. Mine is just a quick one. I understand the induction, because in every organization you are being inducted so that you know the rules and the game in that institution. But my challenge is relating to coaching and mentoring, that we have HODs. I'm expecting that the HODs in the schools, they need to coach and mentor the newly appointed educators. So what is their role, or maybe I'm missing something, because I strongly believe that they have to do this part of on-the-job training. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me first appreciate the presentation done by Mem Lala and Prof. McKay, and then further appreciating the good work done by SAIS during our new teacher induction, as well as the VVOB material that the mentors and mentees had to access. Maybe to express my gratitude with regard to all those challenges highlighted in the research, which we found it very relevant, addressed by the 10 professional teaching standards by SAIS. We really want to appreciate that. Maybe coming to the 5 aspects of what was considered in the recruitment of the new teacher induction program, schools to participate in the program. I found it a bit problematic with regard to the aspect of where to consider teachers who went out of the system and come back again. When coming to the age, it becomes something else, where they then come back to the system, and then the age, it becomes something else where we have to mentor and then do all those things. And then as we concentrated on those who have only 2 years in the system, because it gave us a challenge if we had to consider those with above 55 and above. And then coming to the issue of provincializing it to the other districts, making them up to 4, it will then call us to say the 115 participated schools in the NTIP will then have, the numbers will have to up, and then which will give something else. Thank you so much. But most importantly, as we reflect on the impact of the NTIP in the province, we found it that it really impacted positively, especially on the issue of teacher retention. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. And as to the great presentation, indeed I was reflecting on the question we need to report on when we go back, which is more like how is teacher induction contributing to the
period of 12 months of the teacher, so that by the time you assess the performance of the teacher, it must talk to the induction that you are doing over that period of time. Mentors, of course, could be an add-on, because it comes with lots of demands and recognition, etc. But where funds are available, of course, it's fine. But there should be somebody who's mandated to do that, and then mentors could then add value into the whole process, so that it's owned by management, it's owned by the entire school, but also by supervisors. Thank you.
That's how I was mentored, just in school. Sir. Hi, you said you wanted to talk. Yeah. Oh, you forgot. No,
okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm working with Prof. McKay and Lala Maji. So there are some of the questions that have been asked that I can assist as well. So there is an issue of bullying that they spoke about. This NTIP in itself is an intervention, such that we introduce them to HR issues, we introduce them to unions. They need to know what to do if they are faced with such kind of problems. So it is an intervention in itself, and other things that they've covered is fine. Thank you.
Right. Do you need to respond?
Okay. Just very quickly again about the efficacy, because that keeps coming up. The focus, and that was what I showed, because a lot of my peers, sort of academic peers, kept saying, no, this is just the warm and fuzzy. And that was why in the questions we said, actually, what do you deal with? And they would say assessment, curriculum, pedagogy, and so on. So those were from them. And that the teachers themselves were saying, we now feel we can cope. We do go to our PLCs, and we get assistance there. Your comment on those who return is exactly what we found in the study, that it didn't impact on them. They found it less useful than the teachers who were within their first 5 years. So what you mentioned is, and I think that as a department you need to consider who actually is the target group. Should it be those who've taught for many years? Because also what we had was teachers moving from one province to another. They've been good teachers in KwaZulu, they come to Gauteng and we train them again. And so on. And so that's a question that we do need to look at. And Martin was saying that perhaps, in line with what he was saying, that this should be in the standards for principals, but you want a teacher to mentor a teacher because she's got the time and the real experience. Same phase, same subject if possible. And then you have that interaction. I think I'm going to stop, Muketsi.
Shall we give them a round of applause? I mean, it's been a very enlightening comment, really. Thank you very much. Thanks, Veronica, as always. Can we pull the presentation for... Oh, you got it?
Yeah, this is for you. Oh, the one who has the microphone has the power. There you are.
Hello.
So the presentation is the one that is labeled for Prof. Gravett. So I'm not Prof. Gravett. I'm just standing in for her today.
There it is.
Yes, this is the one. Thank you. Prof, can I just jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sure. So Prof. Gravett, she really wants to tender her apologies. She wanted me to communicate with you that her heart is here today. But unfortunately, she has other commitments that she needs to see to. Now, I'm in the position where, if your boss calls you and says, they need you to do something, then you jump. But if your boss's boss calls you, then it's a different matter. So Prof. Gravett is at the moment, I'm not sure if you know of her position that she's occupying at the moment. She is the acting Deputy Vice-Chancellor for University of Johannesburg. So her plate is a little bit full at the moment. But I did spend time with her yesterday to go over the presentation. And I am familiar with the content because I'm also familiar with the programs that she's working on. And I was also part and parcel of the one that I'm holding up today as a case study. So the question here is, and we've heard, and I'll try to draw the threads by what we've heard this morning already, and I'm really quite happy that the last things that were mentioned by the previous speakers was about the psychosocial and the warm and fuzzy. And I want to have, in this presentation, maybe a kumbaya moment, to put it bluntly, because I don't think we spend sufficient attention to that. So I'm going to read from the screen, because if I get this wrong, because this anchors the whole presentation, and if I get this wrong, it's not going to actually work. So let's start here with this one. Optimizing digital learning environments for teacher educational development. So these are her words, and she at the seminar will address the creation of a sense of community and belonging in an online environment. Those are very powerful words, and quite often we don't underscore them enough. And the promotion of reflection. And when we speak of reflection, we quite often speak about slow pedagogy. Everything is so rushed and so task-orientated that we don't really slow down and just reflect on what we are doing and why we are doing these things. These aspects will be explored through drawing on a case that describes online teaching of coding to pre-service and in-service teachers and the design principles that contributed to the creation of a sense of community. All right, now, on the right-hand side, no, yes, your right, my left. On the right-hand side, you will note that we're holding this case study up to you. As we mentioned, it was and this was, the birth of this was during COVID, where there was this impetus in terms of getting teachers to code, getting our pre-service teachers ready to code and to learn about coding. So this was born out of that moment, and so it became an online program, and it was to address at that time the level of isolation that our pre-service teachers was experiencing, but also it was about the need to actually advance their thinking. So on the right-hand side, you will see that we've got our project coordinators, and by the way, it was so encouraging to see top left corner, Linford Molahori. Linford, I saw in the previous presentation that Shafika had up the NTA, one of the teachers that won one of the awards a number of years back, and he's one of our lecturers at UJ, and he's just going from strength to strength. And a conversation that I had with him, about scalability, about this type of project. And I said to him, Linford, how do we scale it? Because everything rests on your personality in a way and the dynamics that you cultivate within that space. And his answer to me was, but I'm creating lots of little Linfords along the way. And it was such a beautiful moment for me. But you've got your project coordinators and then you've got your senior facilitators, and then you've got Prof. Gavert, that is the project leader in this particular instance. So what we're going to look at is we're first going to look at how this program was designed. What was the literature that informed the design of this program? And what principles did it actually rest on? And as we said, it came from the challenges and the disruption during COVID. So there's some good that also came out of it. So the literature that she drew on, and that the team drew on to design this type of program, it was first relational teaching. In other words, when you relate to someone else. And as we heard during the induction, the importance of relationships, that nurturing environment, designing for care. And we cannot underscore that enough. Care, how do you actually plan for care? Because if you leave care up to chance, quite often it doesn't happen because it becomes too rushed. Creative learning, I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Mitch Rensnick from MIT. He runs the learning lab there. And then also playful learning and the science of learning. Those were the literature sources that we drew on. So in this slide, it emphasizes the importance of creating a narrative of a shared humanity, that we're on the journey together, that when we look at teachers, we don't see them as one-dimensional people, but we recognize that they are multi-layered, that they've got a complex life, and one dimension of their life may be teaching. So it was in how do we then design a program where we see this person and we recognize that, they carry many different hats. It's not just about, how do you portray that level of care within a program such as that, but what really is important is that if they experience that in the program, then they will model that in their teaching. They will take that forward, because if they don't ever know what it feels like to be in that space, then they can't do that when they have their learners in front of them. So that last little sentence that I put in bold, being kind to our learners is great, but designing for care is the intentional framing of course design and teaching through a structure that demonstrates care. So it is an enactment of care. So, and this is where she goes into a little bit more depth about you as a teacher, as an interrelational being. How do you relate to others? Where is that touch point? How do you plan then when you are designing a program for that? So when we focus on these meaningful connections that we have and that we establish within this program, quite often that leads to scale and that leads to sustainability. We heard the previous speaker spoke about the importance of the PLCs, and I was carefully listening, because the PLC is not just about that task-orientatedness of assessments and this and that and exchanging ideas. It's also a little bit more than that. And if you focus your attention more on that, a little bit more than that, then quite often that is where the richness lies. And that leads me to the science of learning, that way our cognition and our emotions are embodied. It comes together. So, quite often we cannot learn and we cannot grow in a space where we are bullied, or where we are fearful, or where we are anxious, or where we are overtasked, and we asked to step up and perform at a certain level. So that embodied cognition, in other words, where our cognition and our emotions are intertwined, that can be very debilitating. So when you are designing a program, you are designing to make sure that you have emotional contagion. What does that mean? It means, we have laughter is infectious, is it not? when you have somebody that has really got a raucous laugh, quite often you cannot just help but laugh yourself. The same with care. Care is infectious. The sense of sharing is infectious. So you need to carefully plan for that, create space in the program to allow that to develop. And quite often we leave it up to chance. We'll say, but inherently people do care. But if they don't have an opportunity to demonstrate care, that becomes problematic. The other thing that she wants to highlight is the act of playfulness. You know, this morning we heard, I think it was Andrea Schleiser that was speaking about how students between the ages of 10 and 15 lose 50% of their creativity. And as teachers, as adults, we've lost that sense of playfulness. And that playfulness, playful play, is quite often not anywhere visible in any of our teacher education programs. How do we allow that for teachers to be creative, to express themselves, to be playful? So, to explain to you how they did this in the coding, specifically and in the online space, they planned for social. So 15 minutes before the session actually started, people entered the room and they were sharing and they were laughing and they were dancing and they were doing things that brought them together, that created that space where they could just express themselves. So that was the first part. And then the second part of it was the collaborative work part, where they worked together. So the session started in the beginning with the whole group, and then it was broken into these little breakaway sessions where they partnered with someone and they worked together to develop something. And there was then an opportunity to share and reflect. And remember I said in the beginning that slow pedagogy, quite often we forget about the reflecting. And we forget about, showing care through the moment of reflection and recognizing and validating somebody else's contribution. That moment of validation is quite often overlooked. And then the design principles. There are three design principles in the design of a program. I'm going to take just one of them, and that will be the end of this presentation. So I'm hoping I'm gaining a bit of time for everyone. But the first one is to design purposely to create a sense of belonging. If you don't design for it and allow opportunities, it doesn't happen by itself. Incorporate the 4 Ps: projects, play, peers, passion. And that comes from the work of Mitch Resnick. So, and I'm not going to pause on that. I think it's self-evident. And then the last one is to enhance teachers' understanding of how to create significant learning experiences for their learning through modeling. As I said earlier, if you don't have that experience of being playful and being open and sharing, you can't do that for your learners. If they've never had that model, then they can't do that in the classroom itself. And this is just the last example of how they designed, how they unpack that. So if you look at the design principle, in this case, the creative family-like environment, the core principle here is that sense of belonging. How do you do that? So what is the implication then for curriculum? How do you do, in other words, design activities that encourage buddies to collaborate? And for me, quite something interesting happened in this course. Everybody was known as a buddy, whether it was the lead facilitator with the title of professor, or whether it was a first-year student or a first-year teacher. They addressed themselves as buddies. So it was that hierarchy that was erased. And that created an openness. Some activities should be administered, some of these activities should be designed and administered weekly. So it's not just by chance every now and again. It's a routinize that sense of belonging, routinize that level of care. And then the implication for facilitation. I think that's the self-evident, and we've covered this a little bit. But it is about the buddies to ensure the sense of belonging. Okay, now on the right-hand far right, why is this a sound principle? Because, as we said, cognition, how we learn and what we learn, is entwined with our emotions. That comes from the science of learning. Learning is enhanced by a sense of belonging, safety, respect, care, experiencing and joy. That's that kumbaya. If we take the kumbaya and the warm and fuzzy out of it, it becomes quite cold and alienated space. And then lastly, feeling threatened and disrespected inhibits learning. And that's what we learned here with the first year teachers as they're being inducted and they're being overtasked and exploited and feeling bullied. So I think if we go back to really rethinking each of our continuous education programs, those CBTD programs, to what extent have we accounted for the level of care, the sense of belonging, cultivating that enactment of care? I think it's a valid question to ask, because if it's only about task-orientated, only about content, then we know that it is not going to land well. Thank you. Oh, I've got the mic, but I can hand over to Prof.
Thank you. Another lively round of applause. It sounded muted. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, the kumbaya. She spoke about the kumbaya. So can we have the kumbaya moment? Questions, comments, observations, suggestions? I know the professor's presentation was too technical, too very epistemologically, ontologically rooted. It's you, there's second hand, that side. See, okay, I'll start with you.
I could use my teacher voice if you need. I need a mic. All right, I just want to support Jackie, I think, in the conversation she's having around the care for the buddies, let's say. But I want to also suggest that whilst we are thinking about newly inducted teachers, that this kind of thinking permeates throughout, because if the schooling environment is not caring in its nature, what are we mentoring to these young new incumbents? So we need to ensure that the holistic school thinking, because if you're not a fun, playful school in its ethos, it's not going to permeate to that young person that's coming in. And we need to be careful and carefully thinking, because these young puppies are going to be the ones that are in the system for the next 10 to 15 years. And therefore, we are either cyclical, a vicious cycle that carries on, or we break that cycle. And I think that is it. How do we break that cycle of compliance to be caring and nurturing, which is what a school's supposed to be?
Thank you. Yeah. There was a hand that side. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. You know, when you presented, I felt like I was listening to Prof. Gravett. I just heard so much of her in the presentation, and I think it's just also just a testimony of her contribution to teacher education in South Africa. I also, you know, what you've presented resonates so much with me, and I think in the time that we are in, and as education officials, I think this is a message that needs to be taken very serious. And the reality of it is that it starts in your own personal approach to the people that you work with and to the people that you relate to at home and to your community. And I think it's so important, and I'm so grateful that she did this presentation through you today. Thank you very much.
Chair, we really appreciate the presentation. It reminds us of how important online learning is relative to critical issues of mental well-being. I would like just to ask a question relative to what we're going to answer tomorrow in the presentation. The question says, how digital learning can contribute to increasing the scale and learning impact of teacher professional development, thereby promoting skills for the changing world. So just to connect with what you were presenting, so that we look at the promotion of skills for the changing world, but how does digital learning deal with that in terms of upscaling the learning impact of teacher professional development? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think that there seems to be broader consensus in terms of what are the critical things that teachers need for them to be effective and for them to fit the context of a changing world. I don't think there's a dispute in terms of, you know, what elements needs to be in place. But what I normally find a bit challenging is how do we create a demand? For a long time, I think as a system, we have decided for teachers in terms of what they need. We have thrown stuff at them, you know, for them to consume. But now we are in an era which says that teachers must have the choice to decide on what they want. They must have a choice to decide on what they want to learn. And of course, they don't make that choice out of context. They have to make a choice within the context of their obligations as well. But now what you are adding is also the fact that they need to make a choice within the context of their own well-being. So my sense is that we need to, the education landscape changes very quickly. And the rate at which it changes also creates pressure for teachers, you know, of all sorts. I mean, the need for them to be able to catch up and the feeling at times that they are inadequate, you know, to deal with some of the expectations that people have in terms of what they need to do. So I'm convinced that one of the solutions is that through what we call digital and remote learning, which is part of the program that we've been operating within DBE, where we use multiple platforms where teachers can actually access content, whether it being through television, whether it being through online platforms and all of that. And this is where we're moving. We're creating online platforms, and we want to ensure that various types of content, including content on issues of psychosocial support, can be available for teachers to access. But the key issue that I'm struggling with is how do we create the demand? I mean, by making it available does not necessarily mean that teachers will consume it, you know? And so that's where I find, and as a system, we don't have the capacity to have all teachers in workshops perpetually and training them. So that's why the principle of teacher agency is so critical, because teachers themselves have to be at the forefront of their own development. But we are not at that, you know, there's still that reliance on somebody doing something for teachers. How do we change that mindset? And how do we create the demand to ensure that the resources that we put available to them, they are able to put them for good use? Thank you.
Do you want to give brief answers? Prof, you want to give brief answers?
I don't know where, there's mine. Thank you. Mr. Rabatape, I think you actually summed up how everything comes together in a way. But you also threw a spanner in the works, because one of the points I was trying to make is that the psychosocial is not a separate thing. It doesn't stand outside on its own. It is integrated within the different offerings that are available. But if we overlook it, it doesn't become routinized within that system. So the teachers never have a moment to experiencing it, and therefore won't be able to model it when they are working with the learners. And I think it's almost by diffusion, that diffusion of innovation that I mentioned this morning. How do we create the demand, first of all? It's, if you create it, as we've said this morning, if you create it, it means they won't necessarily come, even if you put the offerings on there. Because if they're time poor, they're overtasked, it's not going to work for them. So it should be embedded within the structures and the offerings that are already in their own space. So if you turn your focus, say for instance, to what we heard this morning, the PLCs for instance, if you change a small tweak there, so it becomes a space of belonging, a space of sharing. In other words, if you can't find what you're looking for in your own PLC, but you can find one online, remote distance, and you can be nurtured in a different space. Nurturing and mentoring doesn't need to be immediate in my own space. It could be elsewhere as well. So maybe that is how we create the demand. If you don't get it what you need to be a successful teacher and to feel fulfilled, then we need to create that opportunities where you will find it elsewhere. But for me, maybe the answer is, in the beginning, that we need to integrate, and we need to have those offerings embedded within those professional learning opportunities that we already have on hand. Maybe that's an answer to amplify those. So I don't know. I don't have a clear answer for you. I don't have a recipe here.
You have made an effort. You have a question?
Well, yes, sort of.
We don't deal with sort ofs here.
I just want to check something.
Okay.
To ask Professor Batchelor, one of the things that I was waiting to hear was about sort of traversing this divide between the teacher we have now that may find doing online learning difficult, online learning for themselves, because this is about PDI, professional development. And I was wanting to know, how does this that you have presented address that, or does it? Now, I've heard about, and the soft skills, I want to amplify that, are extremely important, because I think we have forgotten about it. And as a result, we've probably estranged people, and people have come away with very negative views on these things. But where do we find the connection?
That was a sort of.
And I think that's the question from the rapporteur that needs to report back tomorrow, that wants it explicitly stated. And I think that's the challenge. I think the initial question was how digital learning can contribute to increasing the scale and learner impact, or learning impact, of teachers, right? As teacher professional development, thereby promoting skills for a changing world. What are the skills for changing the world? If we don't have an understanding of these skills, then it really doesn't speak to it. But I think it was in Shafika's presentation where she looked at the AI framework, the new one for teacher development. And one of them, the one that stood out, is humanizing. That was, how do we humanize through this threat of AI? How do we humanize, but also how do we then understand ethics better? Now, the ethics is not just ethics as a broadly understanding in the notion of corruption, but it's the ethics of care. That's part and parcel of it. How do we humanize our teachers so that they can learn that cognitive, emotional embodiment, that link between the two? If they constantly feel under threat, or persecuted or bullied, then that is not going to happen. And I think that is where the link is. If we overlook those, then you don't have an opportunity to develop any skills, never mind skills for changing world. That adaptive expertise that we mentioned earlier as well, that adaptive expertise comes from that embodied cognition, that emotional strongness, that resilience that you have. So and I can see Mr. Rabotapi wants to respond, yeah, and quite a number of other people want to jump in to help our rapporteur to make that connection a little bit more explicit.
Yeah. And you can't follow up. She answered you. You want to follow up? They are.
I think the question around digital learning in this case here is not simply the fact that you can access training material in a digital space. So digital learning in this case is learning through digital means, but Jackie's case study there was that yes, you've got course material, but the true essence of that learning came from the camaraderie that came through that digital, which means that there's a community of practice within that online environment. It is the talking through. Even if it's offline talking through, you're still contributing to a community, even by stating an opinion or posting or saying something, or even through WhatsApp. But it's building that camaraderie, that community, which is a living professional learning community.
Can he follow up? Then we can give. Oh, we're already on the mic. No, if you're already on the mic, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo what was just said. When we're thinking about online learning, it isn't accessing the material, it isn't doing the coursework, it is the engagement that goes around there. And what we've learned is that just simply accessing the training is one component. The first thing you have to do, and very exciting to see this being presented, but the first thing you have to do is create that sense of connection. It's specifically difficult online because it is so remote and it is so distanced. But you have to think about the context of the person. You have to think about how they're accessing it, where they're accessing it, the distractions around them. You need to make it short. It needs to be incredibly eye-catching. It needs to be engaging. There have to be activities around that. The person needs to feel safe. So we can't overwhelm them with 40 things for them to do. You have to make sure that it is one piece at a time so that the teacher doesn't get overburdened on top of everything else that they're doing. So make sure that it is simple to access, that it is really delightful when they do. So use those user-centered principles when you're creating online learning, the same as you would in any other engagement. And then it is the support structures that go around it. So things like webinars, office hours, help desks, FAQs, all of these components go around that. And then when you're rewarding the teacher for the training, we have tried very, very hard. It is difficult to get teachers to do online training. It's not just about the CPD points that they get, or the certificate, or the fact that you automatically generate that portfolio of evidence, although those things are really important. But we need to start thinking about, if we truly are putting the teacher at the center, what is the voice of the teacher in this? What are they saying to us? And what they're saying to us is, I'm tired, I'm stressed, I've got too much to do. Just tell me this one thing that I should do next and I'll do that.
Thank you.
And so I think digital, should support all of that. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you pass the mic there? That will be the last one, then we need to wrap up. We have a last presentation to go. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what is becoming clear in terms of this debate is the fact that we need to change the system because what we are talking about here, yes, teachers can make those choices, you know, in terms of accessing information, in terms of collaborating, in terms of deciding what digital resources to use in the classroom. But is our system accommodative of that, you know? Does it give the teachers the space? I mean, as things stand, we expect that teachers must do this in their own time. Our own system doesn't create space for them to be able to do this. And then, well, there's a question around incentivization. The issue of the CPTD points, yes, is good, but whether is that enough as a form of incentive, perhaps it's something that we need to debate. But the debate should not end with a teacher. Yes, it is for the benefit of the teacher, but I don't think it should end with the teacher. It has to do with the system. Whether is the system creating a conducive environment for this to happen.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks.
And I think to respond to that, or to pick up on that, it's about if they've experienced that sense of belonging within a program, that will make them come back for more. That is maybe the additional incentive that they come looking for. They come looking for that validation. They come looking for that sense of belonging and community. So it's not separate. Maybe it is, as I said in the beginning, maybe we need to think carefully or maybe rethink our conceptualization of what continuous professional development actually means. It's more than just the content.
Thank you, Prof. Bachelor. I think you did a good job. As the gentleman said there, we felt like we were listening to Professor Sarah Gravett. Can we give the final round of applause, really? I think it's a deeply nuanced thing, and it's different from the research. So there's a bit of some deeper philosophical elements there, and that's why it's so exciting, so catchy. Let's get on with it. Nesi. Harun here is presenting Mr. Nesi, yes. So I'll call him Dear Mr. Nesi.
Thank you very much. Where's the pointer?
Yeah, there's a pointer here. Yeah, here. So you know the green you go, the red you go.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. So the reason I am representing Ms. Nesi is that in about 2016-17, DBE actually approached the CETA to take forward the work of the Teacher Education and Development Summit that took place in 2009 and the framework that was then released in 2011. And I am playing a role as one of the as a facilitator of the technical team of the post-summit process. And that's how you find me to be here. Okay, so as the title indicates, this is Summit number 2. Summit number 1 is in 2009. Summit number 2 was in 2021. So there are many members in this room who will have the information that's on this slide, but maybe your memory needs to be refreshed, and there are many people in the room who don't know this information. So in 2009 was the summit. No, maybe I should just go back to maybe Martin's to connect some of the dots. So in about 2007, we were experiencing a big decline in the number of enrollments in teacher education. And that's how Funzalo Shaka was born. But before Funzalo Shaka was born, the National Policy Framework for Teacher Education and Development was gazetted. And Funzalo Shaka is included in that process. But what happened was, so that was 2007. A lot of the stakeholders in the system, in fact, there was a lobby by the stakeholders to DBE, or Department of Education at the time, that there needs to be a social dialogue around this kind of process. And as a result of that, the summit was held. And it's very interesting, the alignment between what we've got as a multi-stakeholder forum and one of the pronouncements or recommendations in the UNESCO policy dialogue, which encourages countries to work in this way. So we as a country have been working in this way for quite a long time through this process. Okay, so that summit, the 2009 summit, led to the development of the Integrated Strategic Policy Framework for Teacher Education and Development, which was launched by the two ministers. And then how number 2 came about is 10 years later. People were saying, let's review the progress on this process. But Lala, I was just struck by a comment that you made. The strategic framework is not a policy document. It's a planning framework. The last policy framework, policy document we've had in South Africa was the NPFTED, which was released in 2007. And why this is important is because when I conclude, there's a question mark that I conclude with around the movement of this process going further forward. So I'm going to cut through a lot of the information just to say that all of this happened. Okay, the summit number 2 developed 56 resolutions in 6 areas, and those are the 6 areas. So there were 6 commissions, like this Lechotla, the 6 commissions, but that was teacher education and development, the 6 commissions that were there. 56 recommendations came out. And at the last steering committee, I think it was Mr. Rabutapi who said, you know, what we need to do is instead of having discussions and looseness, let's appoint a writer to do this work. And so the writer has been appointed. But maybe before I get to the writer, just to say these were the critical summit resolutions. So very interesting. Some presentations earlier today, Dr. Signolo's presentation, for example, was saying we need to look at a fully fledged, I think Schleicher as well, a fully fledged and recognized profession. Ella, I'm looking in your direction because SACE needs to make sure that that process gets accelerated. And then we've got a number of existing committees, NTDC, PTDCs, Dean's Forum, etc., etc. We need to strengthen the functionality and coordination, incorporation of the teaching standards, time on school timetables for professional development and boosting up PLC. So one of the commission questions is what is it that we can do from this commission to take teacher development forward? And my own sense is school-based professional development is something we need to look at more strongly, and for that we need to look at timetabling and time. I think Mr. Rabutapi was also raising that question. Teaching and professional practice schools. So at the reading panel that was held about a month ago, they had a representative from one of the states in Brazil, which is doing exceptionally well in improving reading performance. In fact, I think 15 years ago, they had 80% of learners from grade R to grade 9 not able to read for meaning. Now it's 0%. One of the things they did was they established a teaching school, and all the teachers who were able to teach reading well became mentors in that school. So it's something to, just to think about in terms of the reading challenges that we've got. These are the critical resolutions, so they tally very nicely with the discussions we've been having in plenary, but also in this breakaway. I'm not going to go through the details of it, but maybe just the third last bullet. So if you look at the strategic planning framework for at the moment, you'll see it's very thin on technical vocational education. It's very thin on ECD. It's very thin on special needs and centers for African language teaching. And so the room for the revision and rewriting sections of the framework is in that bullet, but there may be also issues around the care, as in the previous presentation, and the after effects of COVID. Okay, so some of I've just mentioned that, key points for revising the strategic planning framework for teacher education and development are all there, but I've highlighted the ones that I've just thought would happen. Okay, so what has happened is the writer has been appointed. Professor Sayed is busy doing that work. Because of procurement challenges that we experienced, it's taken a little bit long, but we're now at the point where the first draft of the rewriting is ready to be shared with the steering committee. We've done some work in the technical committee, and the target date is to have it completed after consultations by August 2024. And yesterday somebody just bumped into me, Duncan Hindle said to me, but why can't we push the timeline a little bit further forward, so as the new minister comes in, it may be something that is ready for him or her to launch. So that's just an interesting point. But let me end up with this point, which is that in the summit resolutions, some of the issues that are being raised may have implications for changing policy. So if you're rewriting the strategic planning framework, you're not rewriting policy. And so maybe the question for this commission is there a need to change any of the policies in the teacher education and development environment? And if that is the case, then this process being undertaken by the CETA can accommodate that. When I was asked the question, my sense was it doesn't look like there's anything that we need to change in the policy. There's a lot of changes that need to be made in the planning framework and the processes and systems we use to implement more effective teacher education and development. Chair, with that said, I'm saving you some time. Thank you very much.
See, that's a man who knows how to present. Chop, chop. Questions? Oh, it's just a brief? Just a brief. Oh, I knew the question was going to come from the back. Can you give the mic there? I was waiting for that hand.
No, it's not a question, Chair. We just want to add, because we are part of this process.
Sure.
And I think the question that was being asked was whether is there a need that this process might require a policy change.
Sure.
And well, our view from the department out of monitoring the implementation of the framework is that the certain areas of the framework require policy strengthening for them to be implemented. In fact, we think that there's a policy gap to ensure that some of the elements of the framework are implemented. And we believe that perhaps once the framework is finalized, there might be a need to identify areas where there's a need to strengthen with policy, because some of the challenges people have said in provinces, but this is a framework, it's not a policy.
Sure.
And their understanding of a framework is that it's not binding and there's an option or a choice whether they want to implement or not. So I think those are some of the elements that we need to identify, and then we can then respond with a proper policy process.
Thank you.
So there's a possibility that there might be implications for policy strengthening in some of those areas.
Sure. All right, thank you very much. Can I then, you wait until I'm about to close. You are a very naughty person. You are very naughty. I was about to close. Can you give her the mic? Oh, Martin.
The naughty one is on the other side.
I can see that. Okay, there's a mic. Go ahead.
I think it's Ntate Ravutapi that made me to add to what he's saying. From SACE's point of view, we are doing an overhaul of the SACE Act.
Sure.
And therefore, many of these issues will then be incorporated in the SACE Act, and yeah, it's likely to come with some of the issues that I was raising and all that. And however, we are going all out to consult and engage the sector. We've started with the teachers themselves, because we believe teacher agency, teacher leadership, and the voice of teachers, nothing for teachers without teachers.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You know, I left the HSRC in 2008. I was conducting research there. There was a whole lot of talk about overhauling the SACE Act. It's still being overhauled now. It's all right.
Thank you. I mean, Arun, I'm trying to connect the things from my presentation to the issues around these policy issues. And I mean, in a way, we have to ask ourselves, why is it that the system that we work in, which had the framework since 2011, manages to get something so completely wrong as the balance of primary and secondary teachers in the initial teacher education pipeline? You know, I mean, is there a risk that there'll be a nice new policy, but still we're going to go and do the wrong things? Yeah, I don't. Some thoughts on that. I mean, one could go on for an hour on that issue.
You can't just leave the mic. No. I'll come back to you. There are people lined up here. When I Kalama training and stuff. It's that lady there, not you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question that I think we need to not answer, but address in a way that it doesn't happen. And I think lots of people have done work on it, and I think Yusuf in particular has done a lot of work on governance. And I think it's where the difficulties are, that there's too many silos. DBE and DET, as you said earlier, haven't helped the situation. So when something is needed by someone, it's probably done somewhere else but with a few gaps, but it's not going to get to you soon enough. So I think those are the things that really need to be strengthened. And I don't know if Shana's here, maybe she can speak a bit to the work that Save the Children commissioned last year. And really just thinking through how governance might be tightened, because that's really where a lot of work needs to happen.
Yeah, my sense is you can have good policies in place, but if there's no clear understanding of the whole principles of corporate governance, it doesn't work.
Thanks. I wanted to propose that maybe we can take the remaining minutes to strengthen what the rapporteur is going to put across on the 3 questions. We've got 3 questions, 1, 2, 3. If we can just point from 1 to 3, so that when he responds, we feel that he's representing us.
He's not responding, he's reporting. Yeah. Oh, you've forgotten, thanks.
Colleagues, my input is not going to help with what Dr. Dukome have asked. But I wanted to check, do we have DHEAD in the room? We are talking supply and demand, and we need DHEAD to be here. Supply comes from universities, and what I have seen since I've started working with supply and demand, what I have seen is that the supply that we receive is not influenced by DHEAD, and DHEAD has the policy to influence it. They are funding enrollments in the HEIs, but they're not telling them that we want enrollments in maths, in science, in foundation phase and so forth. They are not being directed. And of course, that is one of the things that we are trying to address with them. We've written to them, we have started conversations to say, how can you influence the enrollments that are getting to HEI so that what we receive is what the sector needs. If the sector says this is what we need and we inform DHEAD, but what universities end up enrolling and end up giving us as graduates, which is not fitting what is required, we are still going to be the same. We will not change what we are discussing here. I think we need to have DHEAD in the same room with HEIs and DBE and so forth. We can't plan alone. We need to plan with DHEAD. And DHEAD must change how they fund the enrollments in universities, because universities are driven by those enrollments and they are funded for that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's silo. Hey, when you jump when the boat runs?
No, I don't know. I don't know how much things have changed since I left universities. But as previously as dean of faculty, all our enrollments were directed and dictated by the Department of Basic Education. And that's how even the Funza Shaka thing came. All the priorities were dictated by DBE. So I don't know what has changed. Yeah.
I think we are running in cycles here. Yeah, we are running in cycles here. Yeah, they say that's not true. Harun, do you want to round up before I call rapporteur? Yeah, I think there's something not right here.
Yeah, no, thanks. I think I'm covered by Mr. Rabutapu to say that maybe at the end of the process we can have a look at it. But just, on this question that Martin was asking and is related to the other responses, in the National Policy Framework, which I've just opened, paragraph 32 speaks about National Database and Information Service, and it talks about disaggregated information for teacher demand, supply, and the pool of experienced teachers. Department of Education, at that time there was a single department, will establish a national electronic database, and we never did that. So that's a gap that needs to be filled, is my short point.
Professor, you are being answered, now you are holding your conference. So, Walala wasa. Walala wasa. He just answered you with a policy and you are busy. Rapporteurs. Do you need a minute or two?
No? You're coming to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wrap up. Well, it would be really great if we can just wrap up. Let me just throw something in there to Martin, or rather in response to what Martin was saying. As much as there may be some casual directives, etc., if Funza Lushaka is just given to everybody who wants it, that's where you lose the plot. Because if we need foundation phase teachers, why are we giving the Funza Lushaka bursary to somebody else? Further to that, of course, I'm not sure if Martin's figures included all those other people that we don't really support and that are studying from home and studying through UNISA and all this type of thing. It did. Okay, Mr. Chair, my great problem is whether we have answered to the questions that I must report on. The DBE has a notion of what it wants to bring out here. Now, for me, I can report on what has come out here, but it doesn't always satisfy what they wanted to be reported on. And hence, I'm going to ask questions to the presenters. The questions have to do with, sorry, I just need to get to the beginning of the place. Okay. What are our takeaways? Starting with Martin, we've heard, okay, that we don't necessarily have a supply problem at the moment. But that is, of course, contingent on things not changing too much. And that rather we have a mismatch problem, which is increasing in many ways. But importantly, how does this then tell us how we need to correct it, besides what we've just said here at the end? And Martin will answer now, of course. Yes. No. So, if Martin agrees with me that those are the takeaways, then of course we'll embroider on them a bit, but that is the essence of it. Martin, you good?
Yes. Question two?
Yes. No, there's no in there. No, it comes here. Hello, no. Martin is responding. I also want to respond. No, but I'll come back to you. It's Martin first.
The last bit, I got distracted over here, as you saw. So yeah, the last bit, it's about mismatches, yes. Yeah, and it's not about an aggregate. Yes, I think you can take that back to your constituency. Yes, it's important to point out that there is no aggregate total shortfall crisis coming, all right? There are a huge number of educators who are going to resign because they're reaching retirement age. But because we've been ramping up the total output of teachers, and we have a bit of a reserve pool because we've been oversupplying, we're going to make it in terms of total numbers. All right. So we're not going to break the law. We're not going to take people off the street and make them teach. We won't need to do that. But the mismatch problem is the problem. Yeah. And it's not a problem that can be solved overnight either, because it's very well to say that, we need to have fewer secondary teachers, but what we need is a really good study on why are so many people choosing secondary level. Funza Shaka is tiny in the bigger picture. I mean, Lala was just showing me, it's 4,000 graduates of Funza, 22,000 are other, all right? NSFAS, or they fund themselves. And of that, about 10,000 is UNISA. Now, UNISA is often very self-driven. People have their own motivations for choosing particular routes of study there. That's not something that government can very easily influence directly. So there's a lot of studying and research and thinking that needs to go into this. We don't have all the information we need. Thanks.
Are you answered?
Just one thing, just for clarity.
No, they're still debating. I'm coming to you. Yeah.
Just for clarity. Martin had mentioned a figure, and I've got it written somewhere here.
All right.
Where, Martin, you mentioned a figure about training. We need to ramp up and have at least 20% or some percentage more than what the demand really shows, because there are other detractors in the system, like people leaving to go abroad, the world becoming smaller and all that type of thing. I'm just clarifying that.
You want to say something? And be quick.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think that, firstly, we need to improve the quality of our data in terms of teacher demand and supply. We need to improve the quality of our data in terms of demand and supply.
Sure.
And I think what Harun was pointing us on is the development of a system for managing teacher demand and supply. So from a data management point of view, that's where we need to improve. And
Sure.
then secondly, we are able to use the Funza Lushaka, which is a small portion of the bursaries that we manage, to influence where the needs are. That's the only area we are influencing. But people who are self-funded and other people who provide bursaries, we don't have a way of saying to them, this is where the needs are, so make sure that when you grant a bursary, either as a province or anybody, this is where you must channel. So we don't have that influence, and that's a bigger chunk that we are not able to influence. So if we have a system, and that system can also direct other providers of bursaries in terms of where the needs are, that would be another way of mitigating the mismatches.
Thank you. Rapporteurs, are you clear now?
I'm absolutely clear. I just want to say that what is required, among other things, is to say, what are the recommendations that are coming out here? And what Enoch has mentioned about data, etc., and Martin mentioned the same, and better responsiveness from departments like DHET and those. And those are things in terms of what must be followed up, the activities that must be chased if we want to improve. Otherwise, we come back here next year and we talk about the same things again. Okay.
Now, can you report now?
No. I'm asking the next question.
Just one point that I think in the recommendations, what we should have. I understand, Harun, what you say.
Yeah.
About new system, but we must be careful. Sometimes such recommendations end up being lots of money spent on something that we don't actually need. I think it should be clear that we actually do have the data that we need. It's just that DHET isn't sharing enough with DBE. We have some problems in EMIS accessing the SA SAMS teacher data, but the data is there. So we need to use the data that we have better. We don't need to spend money on a new data system. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see your hand. You know, I'm bully also.
Dr. Basil, you also add that we requesting that enrollments be, HEIs be given targets when it comes to enrollments. They are funded. It's different from Funza Shaka and NSFAS. They are funded for the number of enrollments that they receive. So it means if they are to take 2,000 or let me say 400 students that are going to study teaching, and I'm funding of the 400, I'm funding 100. It means 100 will do what we need. 300 will do anything they want, because no one is really directing that 300. So we are, and through Funza Shaka, it's not easy, but through DHET, because they are funding enrollments, it is possible. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Are you getting clearer now? All right. There's another question coming through. Professor McKay, it's your turn now. You're getting grilled.
No, Professor McKay, and of course Professor Maja, we okay. I think we had answered most of those. We're just wanting to distill some of the things we have. And let me just make it clear, Mr. Chair, that I'm doing the abbreviated version, of course. Yeah, you don't need to hear this thing twice. I'm there, you'll hear the full story. Now I'm just doing the clarity-seeking things, because the people are looking tired, and I don't want to be blamed for that. However, this is the whole issue about digital learning and increasing the scale and learning impact of professional development. Now, that's question 3. No, that's, oh, sorry, it's induction. I've just gone to the other one. Teacher induction, I think we have the picture there. There's nobody that disagrees about the need for an induction program. The only issue that we haven't yet addressed, and the divide traversed, must be the one about how do we get this to work? The idea is great, and even the outcomes can show themselves to work. But I was the head of a school for 18 years, and a big school. And I can tell you that we tried a whole lot of things, but everybody has something to do. And you're chased by these people that have these ticking sheets all the time, that want you to tick off what has been done. Ah, not you all, eh? You're nice people. But these are the things that happen every day in a school. You don't actually have the time to spend a lot of time. So people actually think that induction is a couple of days and a couple of weeks and not a sustained activity. Now, that is more what we need to say is, how are we going to upscale this?
It's not a day. Okay, there's another hand there. From the research, the teachers, the principals need to coordinate, the SMTs need to coordinate, but you need to use a teacher, and that teacher needs timetable time. Sometime an hour a week dedicated to that. And then what we found was that they were much more available, but it needs to be time. They need tools for the task. They need to be trained. They need to understand what's expected of them. And so to scale it up, there's a whole range of ways of addressing it in the school to make it that it's not just an extra, okay, it's an unpaid task and it's an ungrateful task because they're not getting validation for doing that work. So there should be time both for the mentee, and the mentee's got quite a lot of modules to do and materials to work through. They both need time for that task.
Veronica, I don't want to say it's warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, okay.
He wants ballpark points.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I just add one item?
Okay,
Yeah.
let's give them a try. Let's ask Gerrit to answer then.
Yeah.
No, I want to second. There's somebody on the line here who needs the mic already.
Yes. I wanted to emphasize the point that also came from Madam about what is the role of people already in the school. And I think it was echoed from the gentleman from behind there. Says part of the induction, there must be a handover, the ownership by the school itself within the HODs or the SMTs to take the issue of induction forward. Otherwise, if it is just once off and then 3 weeks, it's not years. So I wanted to add that.
Let's hear. Apparently, there's a creative idea coming in. You must be creative, otherwise I chuck you out of my car.
So I don't have to be creative. This is policy. I'm Mrs. Monday from the DBE. I'm in HR. The personnel administrator standards are very, very clear as to what the responsibilities are for a teacher, a departmental head, a deputy principal, and a principal. And I'm going to read it to you because I just took it from my computer. For a head of department or departmental head, the responsibility is 3.2, extra and co-curricular, to provide and co-coordinate guidance to inexperienced staff members. It is their responsibility to do this. They are paid to do this. It's their brief, sir. Thank you.
Now, yeah. Hi, Bo. This is a kernel. It's clear. It's a policy. No, it wasn't open for discussion. She was simply outlining policy. This is what needs to be done. You can't debate it. Or you're adding.
No. It's not an addition.
But you are adding.
No. I want to explain this thing. There's policy here which we are not contesting. But we are saying there's innovation in the system that seeks to say, okay, despite being a responsibility of SMT and the head of department, but there's also this teamwork by the institution. Enhance that process. That's where mentors and mentees are coming in. By very nature, an SMT and a supervisor must be a coach, must be a mentor, must be a motivator. Then the other teacher who's coming as a mentor within the team and the PLCs are add-ons. It's enhancement.
Jack of all trades, master of shit. Hi, Bo.
No, Chair. I just wanted to make the point. Although it's policy, I don't think we're taking the reality into account.
Sure.
You have in schools, some schools have 4 departmental heads with 40 teachers. So you can't make that 1:1 mentorship role. But I think what is missing in the conversation, we haven't allocated roles to senior and master teachers. And this is where those teachers could come in. But it will have implications for timetabling, because you'll have to reduce their workload so they have an opportunity to mentor. And perhaps the issue of induction and mentorship and coaching, we must probably interchanging the terminology in the discussion.
Flexibility too. Rapporteurs, is this helping? No. Be quick.
Okay.
Okay, last input.
I just wanted to emphasize that we are talking here about a nationally driven induction program. I think that addition is critical because there are induction programs that have been happening, but through a nationally driven induction program, we are trying to coordinate and direct the system in terms of how induction must be coordinated. But the issue about mentors and others, yes, it's an area that needs to be strengthened. Because even if we assume that HODs must do it, I think they need to be capacitated in terms of how they must do it. And those are part of the systems that we must put in place to strengthen this nationally driven induction process.
Okay, thank you. I needed that clarity. So we are talking specificity schools, but there's also a much more bigger picture. Rapporteurs, are we seeing the light or? Oh, yes, thank you. Now.
It's a bright, bright light. But I also just want to add, just as a throwaway comment, Enoch is correct. We need a lot of retraining. It doesn't matter what is in policy. There's a whole lot of things in policy that just don't ever happen. And but for induction to work and for departmental heads to play a role, they've got to be trained themselves. They are the worst bullies. Where's our lady, the bully lady? No, she's not here anymore. They are the worst because they are frustrated and the like, and they take it out and they want to palm things off. But I'm past that now. My people say they've written a whole lot of things, and being a believer, I will believe that they have done that. So to get to the last input per se, and I know that one of Professor Batchelor's issues is she didn't work directly on this, but she knows the area, and maybe even the brief was slightly. I can see where there is a link, but. I'm looking for that clear link. I've dealt with the soft skills, etc., and we've got that recorded. And it is about professional development. It is about getting more people to do better professional development. It is about the changing world and skills. And it is, how does digital learning contribute to increasing the scale of the impact of professional development, etc. And I know the background has been sketched, because that it's not only about PDI, it's also about creating that feeling of wanting to be there and that you are getting something out of it. I know that is covered. But I'm still missing something tangible. I can see that Professor Batchelor is giving me a look there.
Go ahead, she's curious.
She's ready to respond. She knows. I'm saying tangible because I don't want to say what the things are. I want to hear it from the person who has presented.
I want to liberate you.
Yeah. I think how to maybe respond here, because it comes down to the opportunities that digital technology offers us when we are doing professional development for teachers. And it offers us the opportunity to scale the level of care and connectedness. I don't know if that is succinct enough. Will that help?
And of course, if I can add,
yes,
that the one thing that we've got to recognize is that
I'm trying to figure that out.
Digital learning has the potential to upscale the entire. the entire idea of professional development. We can't reach 400,000 teachers, but we can make a far bigger impact. Is that what we're saying, by the way?
It is the quality of the impact that we're making. In other words, does that impact that we're making translate to improved learning outcomes? Because that's, if I look at what the Commission is about, if I start here, the need for proper recruitment, induction, and in-service professional development for improving learning outcomes. Now, how do we do that? Is by improving the self-worth and the level of connectedness and care that the teachers have with and for each other. Maybe that is creating that environment for them so that they can then enact that level of care and therefore improve learning outcomes. I think they're on the other side.
Prof, I'm good.
Yeah. No. There's an addition. There's a bit of aromat coming through.
I think there's also an element of quality assurance in there, and what is being done and what should be done within the basic education system to ensure that there's quality assurance of digital programs that is available. So it's quality assurance, and then together with that proper coordination, and that links with the National Institute for Curriculum and Professional Development at the Department of Basic Education, as well as the professional teacher development institutes that exist in provinces. So it's about bringing that, strengthening that link to ensure quality and coordination of digital programs.
I think we should bring this to a close. Rapporteurs, you need to wrap it up now. No more debate. Give us your ballparks. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, please do. I'll give you about 2 minutes. We're done. Okay. You need the mics. Can we have the mic? Hi, Wena. Go ahead. Hey, Wena on Sukuriza, you're taking me back. I move 4 steps back, you take me 5 steps backwards.
Colleagues, there's people online that were following, and there's this one input, Baba Basil. It says that NTIP should be looked at as a... I'm setting my age. It says NTIP should be looked at as in holistic, because it is not solely for teacher development, but for the entire system, for it to be implemented fully. Meaning your curriculum must be on board, people from other units, labor relations must be on board, and so forth. So you take it as a holistic. Yes, thank you.
You're not going to confuse the system now. We are already seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So don't bring in anything new. Aish. Oh, Nkosi Amakosi.
No, thanks, Prof. And it's not anything new, but something missing that I think we have not dealt with. And I think we need to pronounce ourselves very clearly as a commission on what has, recurred and kept coming from the plenary presentations even up to here, which is the interdepartmental collaboration between basic education and DHET, which touches on the first question on, the research, the data collection, supply, demand, and all of that, and how what SAYS has raised in terms of bringing together, DHET, DBE, and SAYS in terms of regulate is I think is too hard, because you see we one education system. And so that over and over again we are saying so and so, or this section is not collaborating, is not providing this or that. We need to pronounce ourselves very clearly on that, because this is it's just that it's called basic education sector, but it's a education sector, and so everybody is here and participating here, and so as those villagers, we must be able to pronounce ourselves on how we want to see this relationship and, working together, or that nexus between the three.
is not here.
Yes.
Except the DHET is not here. Yeah. So, now, the floor is yours.
I'm saying it's a very important point, and it is covered in two of the questions that were asked of two of the people that had reported. We need to tidy up and then surprise you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, there we are. Can I now have the honor to bring this conversation to a close? Yes, I think we have had very robust conversations. I like the idea that we hoid everything in and we basically turned it around. Yeah, it's been, for me, it's been a very rich engagement, and that's the problem when you put people who are always in the bargaining. when you get the bargaining people to report here, they try to write things to their advantage. But on that on that note, on that note, can we give ourselves a huge round of applause, guys? We have been fantastic. It's been really, this has been very vibrant. No, this is just banter. I don't mean it. So, colleagues, thank you very much for a really rich engagement, and we'll get the report back from the rapporteurs, and then we'll share it. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, even for the chair. Thank you. Yeah, they say we'll get the report tomorrow. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Exactly.